Well, hello there, all you absolutely adorable cuties. Hi there. How's everything going today? I hope everything's going well. Let's see, who's here? Spelunker and Jay-Z. Wolfie's here. Oh, King is here too. Oh, you guys might still be stuck in the ends. Whoops. But yes, hello everybody. I'm so glad to see you all here. Today we're going to be finishing up the playthrough of the last gas station, which will be a bunch of fun. I'm curious to see how all of this will play out. Well, hello there, Hope. It's nice to see you, cutie. How you doing today? You're almost dying. Why are you almost dying? Don't do that. You're sick? Oh, sorry to hear that. Poor cutie. Well, why don't you just cuddle in and relax a bit with us? We're gonna take it nice and easy tonight. And hello there, Danny. Nice to see you too. You doing alright tonight? Can you redeem your only praise since you have to go to work? I mean, sure. Frodo's, is that okay with you? I think they'll be okay. Hopefully you'll be fine tomorrow. I hope so, Hole. Poor cutie. Being sick isn't ever any fun. Well, that definitely makes it worse. Uh, when you don't usually get sick, then whenever you actually do get sick, it ends up being pretty horrible. Yes, it's perfectly okay. I'm not sure where Spelunker is, haven't heard from the little cutie proto, but I'm sure it's perfectly okay. Oh, you're swapping laundry over? Okay, that's why I haven't done your praise yet. I didn't know if you were here or not. Well, let me just go ahead and praise you anyway. Hi, Danny. You're such a little cutie, did you know that? You're such a good girl. I'm so proud of you for getting that job. And while it is a little upsetting that you're not going to be here, I support you. And I'm not mad at all. You being able to afford stuff. Oh, sorry about that. You being able to afford stuff, you having a stream of income is much more important than being here listening to me purr and, play video games. And I'm just so proud of you. Don't ever forget that. I am extremely proud of you. And I am here cheering you on every step of the way, okay? You're such a good girl, Danny. Mwah. Enjoy your night at work. You, Danny, did you not hear me say your name? And I said I'm going to praise you anyways, because I'm so proud of you for getting your new job. And while it is a little sad you're not going to be here, the whole night, I 100% support you, and you going and getting monies and stuff is absolutely more important than sitting here listening to me purr. Aw, hello there, Fenrir. Welcome in. It's nice to see you, cutie. But yes, Danny, you are a very good girl, and I'm so proud of you. Welcome in, Finnick. It's nice to see you too. Fenrir and Fennec, the little cuties. 110 degrees. Well, I very much hope that you are not out in that. That's horrible. Of course, Danny. Have a nice night at work, okay? And make sure you do your best. Ooh, you got ice cream. That's a good way. Definitely a good way to beat the heat. You were out there for 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes too long. That horrible heat. No. expression when my face tracking loses me for a second is so weird. Mint Girl Scout cookies flavored Pop Tarts. That sounds absolutely amazing. I would, yes, I would 100% eat those. That sounds awesome. That 4 minutes was the walk to the store? Well, damn. Well, I am very glad that your little trek to the store to get ice cream wasn't a horrible mess. Although, I'm still sorry you had to go out in that. When it's 110 out, there just shouldn't be any reason to leave home at all. That's too hot to live in. I'm going to go ahead and get started in here. Honestly, I think the last thing I need to do before we actually beat this is to just wait for a certain amount of people to refill their cars at the gas station. We have 25 more people that need to refill, and then I'll finish the last of this. Squirrel! I did look at Chill Fox, yes. I did not grab it, though. I probably should have, honestly. Okay, he's still there. Come on, people, fill up your cars! Fill up your cars! Fill up all the cars! But yes, I did look into I did look into the Chill Fox game, and it definitely looks like something that would be very interesting to play. World. Pyramid 23. Oh, nope, that wasn't the. That wasn't it. Damn it. I still have no idea what this room is about, and not having the code's kind of driving me a little insane. I haven't seen anything in here that would give me the code. Turns out it wasn't crashing, my computer was in slow mode because of a low battery. Well. Oh. Fennec has redeemed an ASMR stream. How lovely. Do you have things for me to read, Fennec? Really? Do you have links to those things? Because I'm not sure where I can read those. Come on, people, fill up your cars, fill up the cars, fill them all up. We're so close. Oh, send it to my Discord, okay? Ooh, I'm almost at $100,000. My little gas station has made $100,000. Come on, bunny. Finish your shopping. There you go. Okay, only 9 more people. Only need 9 more people. Oh, hello there, Skeleton Lith over on YouTube. I'm sorry. I didn't see that message before, but it's nice to see you. Thank you and welcome to the stream. Come on, gas. You all need gas. I know you do. Fill up your cars. Fill up your cars. Fill up your cars. Hello there. You having a good day, Lith? Ah, it's only 3 more people away. See, yes, multitasking the stream and playing Peak because apparently I like to make things difficult for myself. Well, multitasking is never a bad thing. Unless you just really need to be concentrating on one thing, but I'm never really one to be able to concentrate on a single thing for an extended period of time. Okay, everybody, this is the day. This is the day. There's only 3 more cars left. Bunny. Kitty. 199. Oh, there it is, the 200th. Wait, what? What do you mean my last task is the chill? Does this game have an ending? You know, I probably should have asked that before. Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, that, that trailer's been sitting out there for a very long time. Like, that stage trailer. Been sitting out there for a really long time, and nothing has ever happened. I really hope I'm not supposed to be... really hope I'm not supposed to figure out what that code down there is supposed to be, because I don't have the slightest clue what it could be. Possibly, but it has a, on the screen there, it has a graph that has a number out of another number, and like I've gone above the number. Like I have a feeling there's something there that's part of the story that I'm just not understanding. Oh wait, the chill objective went away. So maybe something's supposed to happen today. I'm trying to enjoy your calming stream while also becoming closely acquainted with gravity. These are very different experiences happening simultaneously. Yes, they got me to play Peak a while back with some friends, and boy, was I not good at that game. Gravity is indeed a harsh mistress. Do I have a PS Vita? Uh, no, I don't believe I do. No, I don't have one. I think the last handheld Sony product I had was a PSP way back then. Gravity goes against my desires for the uppies of this mountain I'm on. uh, well, shit. But yeah, you see here, Fennec, it says 420 out of 250, so like, I've gone above some kind of threshold. I don't think this is a place to enter in cheats. I'm also not quite sure what I'm supposed to be doing now. Well, shit. Well, considering I have no real guidance here, I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to look up what exactly is going on here. Let's see here. Oh. Okay. I am going... I'm going to need chat's help for this one. So you know how at night these little symbols show up? Those are the symbols that I'm supposed to be putting into there. Oh, Jay-Z, you're not feeling too good. I'm so sorry, cutie. Of course you can get lots and lots of hugs. I'm sorry you're not feeling very good tonight, but you are very much loved, and I adore you. Mwah. Get kissed. Okay, so can somebody write this down for me? The first symbol is Bigfoot, followed by alien, followed by lightning bolt, and then crescent moon, and then pyramid, and then area 23, okay, so I think that's it. I can't believe I didn't. I've been asking what those symbols are, those glowy symbols are, all this time. Okay, so Bigfoot, alien, lightning bolt, crescent moon, pyramid, area 23. Ooh, I opened a door. Day 3. Had someone had told me 5 years ago that I'd end up behind the fence of the great and terrifying Area 23 and in such a role, I would never have believed it. Nor would I have believed that Nor would I have believed what a dummy it really was. No prison cells, no UFO hangars, just an old useless missile base with a dozen empty silos, and a bunch of generic underground corridors. Well, one of my theories can be safely trashed. Pity, that was my favorite one. However, the utilities are in surprisingly good condition. The insulation is also good, perfect for the project's purposes. Day 83. That word, unknown, still haunts me for some reason. It's as if some understanding is clawing at me from within, but can't seem to find its way out. Today I'll try floating in the deprivation chamber again. We'll see. Day 85. For some reason, all true insights come in an annoyingly mundane manner. I didn't have any vivid mystical experiences in the deprivation chamber. I merely recalled one of my nighttime conversations with Red Elk. He had said mockingly, "Are you trying to understand the unknown?" That's as absurd as grabbing your shadow to examine it under a flashlight. When you open your hand, it'll be empty, and your shadow will be back on the ground. And everything fell into place. I'll try to formulate a hypothesis in my next entry. Something tells me that if I go in there, I might not come back. Point of no return, here we go. Welcome, test subject. Whether you followed my breadcrumbs or came here on your own, guided by some other force, you have reached the end of the road. Congratulations. Unfortunately, I cannot reveal the nature of the experiment you are part of. However, I assume you have some kind of hypothesis about what is happening. And if you were inquisitive enough, then maybe it's not even too far removed from reality. Alas, I cannot tell you what awaits you next. I do not know. I would only dare suggest that this may have to go with the path you took to get here. May have to do with the path you took to get here. But let's get to the point. This is a sensory deprivation chamber, and once this pre-recorded message ends, you'll find yourself in complete darkness. Alone with your thoughts. After standing for a while, you may wish to rest. The liquid you are standing in is a regular saline solution. It is impossible to drown in. So just lie back and surrender to what comes next. Who are you? You Vic. Red Elk? You're Red Elk. Yes, it's one of my faces. What is this place? You tell me. Oh, I feel like there are... I feel like there are, correct answers to be done here. Let's see here. I'm between the reverse house and the other side. Is this some kind of other side of the world? A different dimension? Sometimes. And what do you want from me? To help. Help? How? You're making the power grow. I will help and protect. In secret, unnoticed. The time for answers is over. Go now. Go? But I have so many questions. Day 84. But of course, the unknown. It's so simple and explains everything. Every inconsistency, every hypothesis, aliens, Bigfoot, that damn pyramid, everything. And the fact that our equipment can't pick up anything. And even the strange way Red Elk spoke, how he sometimes reminded me of our neuroanalyst. Day 87. So, the unknown is my new hypothesis that explains all the strange phenomena occurring out here. I believe there is a certain force, law, or entity, the essence of which is perfectly conveyed by this name. It's not yet clear whether it's intelligent or not, but remembering Red Elk's communication style, I'm betting on the former. All of its manifestations follow from this name, as does the fact that they are impossible to record with precision scientific equipment, unlike old point and shoot cameras and phones. Simply put, anything unknown that is captured on camera ceases to be unknown by definition, and therefore cannot be recognized as a manifestation of this entity. I've called this the paradox of the unknown. If we delve a little deeper into this paradox, I don't think it's all about observation and recording. The presence of an observer and a personal interpretation are important. But at the same time, there must be no stable consensus that could transform the observed phenomena into a universally accepted knowledge. A single encounter is possible, but mass verification is out of the question. This explains the eyewitness problem. It also explains the forms this entity manifests in, and the circumstances in which these manifestations are observed by eyewitnesses. Nighttime, twilight, shadows, and the urban legends it dawns, taking the ideas directly from our heads. I suspect that in another culture with different myths, these manifestations would appear completely different. My hypothesis also provides, I believe, an answer to the question, why he? True, it's a bit wobbly at the intersection of philosophy and mathematics. At the beginning of time, our knowledge of this world was extremely meager, and our ignorance was endless. Knowledge grew and reached unprecedented heights. But any mathematician will tell you that it makes no difference whether you subtract 1 from a billion or 1 or a billion from infinity. The result is infinity. Along with our knowledge, the territory we have developed also grew, and by developed I mean understood. And if the infinite and mathematically irreducible unknown was once dispersed across the entire planet, now it can manifest only in the boondocks. As a result, the overall force remains the same, but the scope of application has narrowed, thus intensifying the manifestations. Yes, of course, there is still the rest of the universe that remains unknown, compared to which our increase in developed territory is negligible. But firstly, we do not know whether or not this relationship is linear, and secondly, subjects and interpretations. Subjects and interpretations. Without questioning the validity of my hypothesis, I must admit that I still have many questions. Is the unknown sentient or simply reactive? Is it an independent physical phenomenon or a quirk of our minds? Does the unknown exist in isolation from the subject? Or are an observer and their interpretations the necessary and only condition for its existence? Or perhaps our minds are merely a nutrient medium. Is the unknown capable of defending itself and displaying aggression? For example, if it senses a threat. That might explain the mysterious disappearances. And if so, what exactly does it perceive as a threat? The development of territory? The expansion of methods of objective control? Progress, civilization, and knowledge in general? Or only certain aspects? And most importantly, is the unknown capable of influencing the material world? After all, if I find the evidence, wouldn't that make me make it magic? Day 89. Given everything I've realized in recent days, I can hardly expect further contact with Red Elk and the entity he represented. The unknown, by definition, cannot exist where we've already learned something, which means I can no longer study it directly. I'm too poisoned by the knowledge I've acquired, and for the unknown, this is now developed territory. All I can do is monitor others. Yes, the essence of the process will forever remain a black box for me, but I can still influence the input conditions and observe the final result. Fortunately, the environment here is favorable, and I've already outlined a plan. I'll create a fringe website with local legends, throw in a few contradictory fables, and the first apostles are bound to appear soon. The sensory deprivation chamber can be adapted for particularly inquisitive test subjects. I just need to place the breadcrumbs correctly. Funny, I've come such a long way, only to return to my old methods. Only now I know that I am not embellishing reality, I am creating it. Day 101. For several days, I've been pondering how and where to begin experimenting with the unknown. To do so, I've analyzed the patterns of this entity the patterns that this entity most often follows. So, the events the subject is exposed to are, as a rule, quite restrained at first. Unless, of course, the subject already believes in something, then everything unfolds according to a more, shall we say, bold scenario. But usually, this is something that occurs on the border of consciousness and so called peripheral vision. Something that won't conflict with the worldview of even the most inveterate skeptic. Apparently, the unknown values the subject's freedom of interpretation, and I think this freedom is the trap. If there's something to interpret, then something is really happening. So the emptiness, darkness, and shadows are already filled with something. Even rational explanations, if they leave the tiniest loophole for the unknown, will work to nurture its seed. Since every act of cognition paradoxically yet logically forms an internal and importantly often unconscious understanding, if we did not know something a moment ago, then that might be the case right now as well. And only after gathering strength in the blind spot does the unknown dare to emerge into the light of awareness to say, I've always been here, like Red Elk. Hence the requirement for the location. It must be not too crowded, but not too secluded. Not in the bustling web of the city, but also not in a dense forest, where no one ever goes. Having scoured the archives of Cloven Peak, I discovered that rumors of mysterious phenomena concentrate around the old gas station where I last saw old Red Elk. Thanks for the tip. This really is the perfect location. Now all that's left is to choose a subject. Which is me. that's a good song. Wow, the collie has a beautiful voice. Wow, that was damn good. That was that's a song that I would listen to on my own. Congratulations, you've completed the main story, but you can keep playing or load a save from a previous day and try to get a different ending. Okay, so I didn't look too far into what exactly the different endings were because I didn't want to spoil myself. Let's see. So it all depends on what kind of stats I have. Let me look into this. Okay, so the ending that I just got was something called I Will Help, Secretly and Unseen. It's the mystery forward ending, which says that my mystery stat needs to be above 150 and the civilization stat below 150. Which, yes, my mystery was 274 and my civilization was 146. So that was the ending that I got. There is another called No Place, No Power, which is a civilization forward ending. Let's see, they list this route as civilization above 150 and mystery below 150. They also suggest leaving a clear gap in civilization's favor if the ending does not trigger. There is a failure ending. Says they tie this route to the red face in the final monitor sequence, especially when you do not name the entity the unknown or choose the wrong final response. Let's see, A New Home. This is a special dialogue ending. Community guides list UFO legends. Level 40, the related cobalt mining conversation, and both main stats below 150, a red face, and name the unknown. And the final line, Civilization 2, has space for the unknown. If you are missing the A New Home achievement, recheck the UFO and cobalt steps first. Interesting. So, there we have it. That is my full playthrough of the last gas station. And I made things very mysterious and non civilization y, so I got the help of the unknown. Wow, you know, I just thought of something. I really hope that I really hope that playing that entire song doesn't get me a YouTube strike. Oh well. Oh, Spelunker needs praising. Hi there, Spelunker. How you doing, cutie? Did you know that you are an absolutely adorable proto, and that you are 100% loved, adored, and treasured? Because it's 100% true. Yes. Yes, indeed. You're my wonderful, cutie little proto mod, and I adore the hell out of you. Keep being such a wonderful little cutie, okay? and never forget how loved you are. Mwah. You good little cutie. Alright. Uh, I would go through and try to look at the other endings, but I didn't make any separate save files. So I'm pretty sure that I can't go back. So this will be the end of the last gas station. What do you guys think? I think it was a really fun game. And that was an amazing ending. I really like that we got to see the whole concert thing at the end, and that song was extremely good. I'm gonna have to look that song up because that's, yeah, like I said, that's a song I'll just listen to on my own. That was a damn good one. Hmm. All right, we're going dark for a moment. Dark and spooky, yes. Fennec, are you there? Oh, okay, cutie. Have a nice shower. All right. Well, Fennec had Finnick had requested, saved up, and made, or had saved up and gotten the ASMR stream, but Finnick doesn't seem to be here right now. So we will go on to the next little game that came with the last gas station when I bought it, which is the Tiny Bookshop. And I don't actually have any idea what this game is about, so we'll find out together. I'm sure Finnick will show up soon. Leaving everything else behind for a quiet life by the sea. If that was the last gas station, then what was the first one? Uh, I don't know. That's a good question. I wonder what the first gas station, or where the first gas station was, or what it looked like. Well, this definitely, so far, seems to be another cozy game. which is perfectly fine with me. My, what a sight. You must be the new bookseller. I've heard so much about you. What? How? Oh, don't worry, I have my sources. Anyways, welcome to our quaint little town. I'm glad you've decided to stop by. Thought you might need someone to show you the ropes around here. I'm Tildy, and I used to run the local bookstore before my retirement. It's lovely to meet you. Let's see. You should know that us Bookstonians have very particular tastes in books. I, for example, prefer to read classic and crime novels, and not much else. Yes, she definitely seems like she knows too much, and is probably going to kidnap me. Especially if I don't have her preferred books in stock. So, why don't I have a look at your selection and see if I can find something worthwhile? Bravo, you had the right book on hand. When a customer finds a book, they will keep looking for more. What do you mean I have my sources? Oh, what a good find. Sadly, you didn't have the right book on offer. Even though you may have books of the right genre, whether people actually take one home depends on your sale chance. You can check your sale chance at any time by pressing Option key and hovering over the genres on the right. Interesting. Welcome, 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 Disrupted. Hi, cutie. We just finished the last gas station. You missed the ending and the credits and the extremely good song that it came with. And I got a pretty good ending if I don't say so myself. But hello, Disrupted. You adorable, sweet little cutie. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Oh, you were just lurking. Well, that's fine. I'm glad. The fact that you were here makes me happy. But yes, you are a very, very good boy, and I adore you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful night, and I thank you so much for. Oh, thank you for the pettings. That's so nice. I hope you're having a wonderful night, and I hope you know that you are absolutely adorable. Okay? Okay? You're adorable. Nothing you can do about it. Mwah. Get kissed. You booped my nose. How dare you? My nose isn't for booping. That's dangerous. Sales chance shows the odds that someone might find a book they like. Because the chance is based on how many books you have in your shop. It will decrease as you run out of books throughout the day. Managing to sell the last book of a genre is the mark of a great bookseller. Did you just boot me? How dare. A friend recommended Newtonian physics for babies. Hi there. You're the bookseller, right? I see you already talked to Tildy. Did she show you? Did she know everything about you already? Yeah, she does that. Told me all about the review before I'd even started my job there. Oh, I'm talking about the Buxtonbury Review. It's the local paper. Yeah, sort of right for them. My name's Fern Estrada. Glad to meet you. Your arrival is kind of the only interesting thing that's happened around here in a while. So you have to excuse my nosiness, but it's sort of my job to write about you now. How about you help me out by answering a few of my questions, and I'll give you a free subscription in return. You might appreciate the events calendar, and people often sell used books in the classifieds. So, for the record, what made you come to Buxtonbury? Wanted an adventure. Oh wow, I kind of feel the same way. I hope it works out for you. She kidnaps people on a daily basis. And what's your first impression of the town? A bit intimidating. Yeah, well, Tildy might. I don't know, I have a feeling that one of these days I'm just going to wake up chained in a basement. Really? I mean, I'm constantly terrified, but you seem confident to me. Thanks so much for the little interview. I really appreciate it. And I promise you'll have your first copy of the review by tomorrow morning. You can have a look. I'll have a look at your selection now if you don't mind. See you around. All of you people who came into my shop and I only sold 3 books. The Buxton Berry Review, filled with articles, events, and items for sale. The Buxtonbury Review reports the goings on around town. You can check today's and tomorrow's weather and keep an eye for upcoming events. See the money in your pockets and all the books you own, both in your shop and in storage. Looks like they're running a little low. In the classified section, you can acquire used books to replenish your stocks. Let's give it a try. Oh, nice. Are you blaming me? I did nothing. Let's give this lonely cactus a home. It's Tildy. She's scaring people away to keep you isolated for when it's time to kidnap you. Yes, yes, it was. It was all Tildy. Some items can increase your sale chance for certain genres or change the effectiveness of other items. Watch out though, sometimes this comes at the expense of another genre. Equipping some items will also increase your daily expenses, so keep that in mind. I can paint. Ooh. Nice. There we go. Welcome to Buxtonbury. Each day you can pick a location to visit on the map. Going to a location has a travel cost, which is based on your daily expenses as well as parking fees for the location. You'll unlock more locations as you go. For now, let's pick the waterfront square again. Stocking more books of a genre increases the odds of people finding a book they will like within the genre. Check the sales chance by pressing, yeah. Remove books from your shelf with X. Now let's fill up the shelves. Alright. Shelves are ready. Did you notice you can look around your location? Move your cursor to the edge of the screen and your view will follow. Oh, so I'm just stealing stuff now, huh? And annoying this bird. Oh god, it's Tildy again. Where's the ram? I'm not hiding. Oh, but I don't do scoldings, which means you're just gonna have to be praised. So, hi, Jay-Z. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're so sweet and so adorable. It's true. You absolutely are. You're such a good boy. You really are. And I adore you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful night. And I hope you know that I adore having you here. You're a little cutie. Mwah. Get kissed. Ah, there you are. I wanted to commend you on how much you've been livening up this place. I'm sure you'll want to branch out to other places in town now. My friend Mary owns a very successful cafe in the town center, and if you don't go there, I will kill you. I mean, if I call her up and get her to give you a parking space, you could get quite a few visitors. Sure, good call. Yes, I know, dear. You can always trust me on these sorts of things. It's decided then. Meet me out by Cafe Liberté as soon as you can. Cool. Oh, and while we're on the topic of showing your face, I heard our dear Walter was impressed with your wagon. He's one of the local fishers. Why don't you go over there and introduce yourself? He should be back from his recent catch just now. Okay. Might want to write this down, love. Having an organized diary can come in handy in our business. You know what? I still have a few unsold journals left over from my old shop. So here, why don't you take this one? A journal! Yay, thanks, Tildy. Still not entirely sure about you. Our weather correspondent at the paper said that today's going to be the hottest day of the year, so I assume you'd be at the beach like everyone else. Oh, right, I forgot you're new. You just seem to fit in so easily. Ahem. Sorry. Here, I'll show you how to get to the far beach in case you want to drop by there soon. Far beach, okay. It's not really a beach person myself, but I'm sure the crowd there will need some of your reading material. Open at any time to check on your progress. Okay. Here you can track which genres you've sold the most of, useful for adjusting your selection. This is the total number of books you sold here. Check back for hints and events. Looks like this page also holds little postage stamps to mark your monuments in Buxtonbury. You'll collect these stamps as you are making contributions around town. You can also see the progress towards stamps as well as hints and extra info. Press RT to quickly cycle through the different chapters. Alrighty then. Well, it definitely sold a lot better books today. Items in the seasonal selection have a much slower turnover, so there's no need to hurry. Be sure to snatch them up before the season ends. Alright. Well, hello there, Draken. How you doing? Yes, we finished up the last gas station, and it was really nice. Right now, we're playing the little bookshop. It's made by the same people as the last gas station. Oh, yes, I did. Let me go. Let's see, tiny bookshop. That's what it's called. Seems like Miriam has her hands full with the cafe again, but I'm sure she'll drop by later. Now I have something you might help me with. I've been cleaning out my old shop for months now, selling the small pieces at the flea market. This Saturday, I'm trying to move the more bulky items to the markets. Help an old bookseller out, will you? They'd fit well into that little wagon of yours. Just pick them up and bring them with you to the market on Saturday. I owe you, and I'll make sure there will be lots of customers in it for you. Alright. Sometimes people will ask for help if they can't find what they're looking for. Press Y to help them. So, dear, anything I haven't read yet? I tend to like the books with unexpected twists, and I wouldn't mind a whodunit. I can't get enough of the Chalkman. Some things can be optional, while others are really important to your customer. People also leave some of their likes and dislikes unsaid, so make sure to put yourself in their shoes. Some requests might be harder to fill than others. And check the difficulty stars here to gauge how many books in your shelf are a good fit for your customer. Quests usually get more difficult as your stock dwindles throughout the day. Here you can see important info about the book, including a short description. Once you've found a match, try recommending it to them. All right. I don't know. The first time I came up and talked to Tildy, or first time Tildy came up and talked to me, I said hi and I told her my name, and she said, "Oh, I know everything about you already." Which, considering I've never been to this town before, is really weird. Whenever you successfully recommend a book, all of your customers become inspired to pick up a book for a short time, plus 15% to all book sale chances. Are you booping me again? I'm gonna eat your finger. Maybe you noticed that some books can show up across different genres. This doesn't impact how a customer perceives the book, but you can use it to recommend books in a genre where your customer might not have been looking. Oh, shit. I enjoyed dystopian novels. Fucking 1984, there you go. That's dystopian as fuck. Alright. Like you read the excerpts from the book. Uh, I mean, I'm pretty sure there are copyrights for that, but Jay-Z, you want to be praised again? For somebody who says he doesn't like being praised, you sure do ask for it a lot. You little cutie. You're such a good boy. Did you know that? It's true. You are. You're absolutely adorable. So very sweet. So very cute. And I adore you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Mwah. Get kissed. Oh, hello there, Fennec. Welcome back. Giving my kitty the chin rubs. Yes. I had started playing this game just because. Yeah, I started playing this game just because Fennec didn't seem to be here anymore, but. Yes, Fennec has redeemed the ASMR, and I'm going to be reading whatever he wants. I'd gotten distracted looking at all the endings for the last gas station, specifically the bad one. I'm really glad I didn't get the bad one. I'd have been so upset. I like the ending I got, the mysterious one. But yes, do you want to send me what you want me to read, cutie? But I'm hoping the request Goodnight Moon. What? You want me to read you a bedtime story, Liv? Uh, okay. To be fair, it is 1 a.m. here. Alright. Well, let me get this all set up. To be fair, it is 1 a.m. here. Alright. Okay, cute. Well, settle in for a nice story, and I will be reading you. Now, somebody, Skeleton Lith over on YouTube, it is 1 a.m. for them. Okay, so I will move over here. So the first thing that Finnick wanted me to read is The Last Question by Isaac Asimov, in written in 1956. Wow. Sometimes I forget how long ago these authors made these stories. This guy is writing about AI in the 50s. Alright. The Last Question by Isaac Asimov. The last question was asked for the first time, half in jest, on May 21st, 2061, at a time when humanity first stepped into the light. The question came about as a result of a $5 bet over highballs, and it happened this way. Alexander Adal and Bertram Lupov were two of the faithful attendants of the multivac. As well as any human beings could, they knew what lay beyond the cold, clicking, flashing face. Miles and miles of face of that giant computer. They had at least a vague notion of the general plan of relays and circuits that had long since grown past the point where any single human could possibly have a firm grasp of the whole. Multivac was self-adjusting and self-correcting. It had to be. Yes, I will. I usually don't check anything on Discord until I'm done with my stream, but I will. Multivac was self-adjusting and self-correcting. It had to be, for nothing human could adjust and correct it quickly enough, or even adequately enough. So Adele and Lupov attended the monstrous giant only lightly and superficially, yet as well as any men could. They fed it data, adjusted questions to its needs, and translated the answers that were issued. Certainly they, and all others like them, were fully entitled to share in the glory that was Multivac. For decades, Multivac had helped design the ships and plot the trajectories that enabled man to reach the Moon, Mars, and Venus. But past that, Earth's poor resources could not support the ships. Too much energy was needed for the long trips. Earth exploited its coal and uranium with increasing efficiency, but there was only so much of both. But slowly, Multivac learned enough to answer deeper questions more fundamentally. And on May 14th, 2061, what had been theory became fact. The energy of the sun was stored, converted, and utilized directly on a planet-wide scale. All Earth turned off its burning coal, its fissioning uranium, and flipped the switch that connected all of it to a small station 1 mile in diameter, circling the Earth at half the distance of the moon. All Earth ran by invisible beams of sun power. 7 days had not sufficed to dim the glory of it, and Adele and Lupin finally managed to escape from the public function, and to meet in quiet where no one would think of looking for them, in the deserted underground chambers where portions of the mighty buried body of Multivac showed. Unattended, idling, sorting data with contented lazy clickings, Multivac 2 had earned its vacation, and the boys appreciated that. They had no intention, originally, of disturbing it. They had brought a bottle with them, and their only concern at the moment was to relax in the company of each other and the bottle. "It's amazing when you think of it," said Adele. His broad face had lines of weariness about it, and he stirred his drink slowly with a glass rod, watching the cubes of ice stir clumsily about. "All the energy we could ever possibly use for free. Enough energy, if we wanted to draw on it, to melt all Earth into a big drop of liquid iron, impure liquid iron, and still never miss the energy so used. All the energy we could ever use, forever and forever and forever." Lupov cocked his head sideways. He had a trick of doing that when he wanted to be contrary. And he wanted to be contrary now, partly because he had to carry the ice and the glassware. "Not forever," he said. "Oh hell, just about forever, till the sun runs down, Bert. That's not forever." "Alright then, billions and billions of years. 20 billion, maybe. Are you satisfied?" Lupov pulled his fingers through his thinning hair, as though to reassure himself that some was still left, and sipped gently at his own drink. 20 billion years isn't forever. "Well, it lasts our time, won't it? So would the coal and uranium. Alright. But now we can hook up each individual spaceship to the solar station, and it can go to Pluto and back 1,000,000 times, without ever worrying about fuel. You can't do that on coal and uranium. Ask Multivac if you don't believe me." "You don't have to ask Multivac to do that." "And stop running down what Multivac's done for us," said Adele, blazing up. "It did all right." "Who says it didn't?" "What I say is that the sun won't last forever. That's all I'm saying. We're safe for 20 billion years, but then what?" Lupov pointed a slightly shaky finger at the other. "And don't say we'll switch to another sun." There was silence for a while. Adele put his glass to his lips only occasionally, and Lupov's eyes slowly closed. They rested. Then Lupov's eyes snapped open. "You're thinking we'll switch to another sun when ours are done. When ours is done, aren't you?" "I'm not thinking." "Sure you are. You're weak on logic, that's the trouble with you. You're the guy in the story who was caught in a sudden shower and who ran to a grove of trees and got under one. He wasn't worried, you see, because he figured when one tree got wet through, he would just get on another one." "I get it," said Adele. "Don't shout. When the sun is done, the other stars will be gone too." "Darn right they will," muttered Lupov. "It all had a beginning in the original cosmic explosion, whatever that was, and it'll all have an end when the sun's stars run down. Some run down faster than the others. Hell, the giants won't last 100 million years. The sun will last 20 billion years, and maybe the dwarfs will last 100 billion, for all the good they are. But just give us 1 trillion years, and everything will be dark. Entropy has to increase to maximum after all. I know all about entropy, said Adele, standing on his dignity. The hell you do. I know just about as much as you do. Then you know everything's got to run down someday. Alright, who says they won't? You did, you poor sap. You said we had all the energy we needed forever. You said forever. It was Adele's turn to be contrary. Maybe we can build things up again someday, he said. Never. Why not? Someday. Never. Ask Multivac. You ask Multivac. I dare you. $5 says it can't be done. Adele was just drunk enough to try. Just sober enough to be able to phrase the necessary symbols and operations into a question which, in words, might have corresponded to this. Will mankind one day, without the net expenditure of energy, be able to restore the sun to its full youthfulness, even after it had died of old age? Or maybe it could be put more simply like this. How can the net amount of entropy of the universe be massively decreased? Multivac fell dead and silent. The slow flashing of lights ceased. The distant sounds of clicking relays ended. Then, just as the frightened technicians felt they could not hold their breath no longer, there was a sudden springing to life of the teletype attached to that portion of the multivac. 5 words were printed. Insufficient data for meaningful answer. No bet, whispered Lupov. They left hurriedly. The next morning, the two, plagued with throbbing head and cottony mouth, had forgotten about the incident. Jared, Jaredine, and Jaredette, 1 and 2, watched the starry picture in the visiplate change as the passage through hyperspace was completed in its non-time lapse. At once, the even powdering of stars gave way to the predominance of a single bright marble disk, centered. That's X-23, said Jared confidently. His thin hands clamped tightly behind his back, and the knuckles whitened. The little Jaredettes, both girls, had experienced the hyperspace passage for the first time in their lives, and were self-conscious over the momentary sensation of inside-outness. They buried their giggles and chased one another wildly about their mothers, screaming, "We've reached X-23! We've reached X-23! We've—" "Quiet, children," said Jaredine sharply. "Are you sure, Jared?" "What is there to be but sure?" asked Jared, glancing up at the bulge of featureless metal just under the ceiling. It ran the length of the room, disappearing through the wall at the other end. It was as long as the ship. Jared scarcely knew a thing about the thick rod of metal, except that it was called a microvac. That one asked it questions if one wished. That if one did not, it still had its task of guiding the ship to a preordained destination, of feeding on energies from the various subgalactic power stations, of computing the equations for the hyperspatial jumps. Jared and his family had only to wait and live in the comfortable residence quarters of the ship. Someone had once told Jared that the AC at the end of microvac stood for analog computer in ancient English, but he was on the edge of forgetting that. Jaredine's eyes were moist as she watched the visiplates. can't help it. I feel funny about leaving Earth.
Why, for Pete's sake?
Demanded Jared.
We had nothing there. We'll have everything on X-23. You won't be alone. You won't be a pioneer. There are over 1 million people on the planet already. Good Lord, our great-grandchildren will be looking to new worlds because X-23 will be overcrowded.
Then, after a reflective pause,
I tell you, it's a lucky thing the computers worked out interstellar travel the way the race is growing.
I know, said Geraldine miserably. Gerardette said promptly, Our microvac is the best microvac in the world.
I think so too,
said Jared, tousling her hair.
It was a nice feeling to have a microvac.
Oh, good night, Beta, or Ivy. I'm sorry, I'm doing, I'm doing Fenix ASMR stream. But I'm so happy you showed up.
It was a nice feeling to have the microvac of your own,
and Jared was glad he was part of this generation and no other. In his father's youth, the only computers had been tremendous machines taking up 100 square miles of land. There was only one to a planet. Planetary ACs, they were called. They had been growing in size steadily for 1,000 years, and then, all at once, came refinements. In place of transistors had come molecular valves, so that even the largest planetary AC could be put into a space only half the volume of a spaceship. Jared felt uplifted, as he always did, when he thought that his own personal microvac was many times more complicated than the ancient and primitive multivac that had first tamed the sun, and almost as complicated as Earth's planetary AC, the largest, that had first solved the problem of hyperspatial travel and had made trips to the stars possible. So many stars, so many planets, sighed Geraldine, busy with her own thoughts. I suppose families will be going out to new planets forever, the way we are now.
Not forever, said Jared with a smile. It will all stop one day, but not for billions of years. Many billions. Even the stars run down, you know. Entropy must increase.
What's entropy, Daddy? Shrilled Gerardette II.
Entropy, little sweet, is just a word which means the amount of running down of the universe. Everything runs down, you know. Like your little walkie-talkie robot, remember?
Can't you just put a new power unit, like with my robot?
The stars are the power units, dear. Once they're gone, there are no more power units.
Gerardette I at once set up a howl. Don't let them, Daddy. Don't let the stars run down. Now look what you've done, whispered Geraldine, exasperated.
How was I to know it would frighten them? Jared whispered back.
Ask the microvac, wailed Geraldine I. Ask him how to turn the stars on again. Go ahead, said Geraldine. It will quiet them down.
Gerardette II was beginning to cry also. Jared shrugged. Now, honeys, I'll ask the microvac. Don't worry, he'll tell us.
He asked the microvac, adding quickly, print the answer. Jared cut the strip of thin cellufilm and said cheerfully,
See now, the microvac says it will take care of everything when the time comes, so don't worry.
Geraldine said, And now, children, it's time for bed. We'll be in our new home soon. Jared read the words on the cellufilm again before destroying it. Insufficient data. for a meaningful answer. He shrugged and looked at the visit plates. X-23 was just ahead. VJ-23X of Lameth stared into the black depths of the three-dimensional, small-scale map of the galaxy and said, "Are we ridiculous, I wonder, being so concerned about the matter?" MQ-17J of Nikron shook his head. "I think not. You know the galaxy will be filled in 5 years at present date of expansion." Both seemed to be in their early 20s. Both were tall and perfectly formed. "Still," said VJ-23X, "I hesitate to submit a pessimistic report to the Galactic Council." "I wouldn't consider any other kind of report. Stir them up a bit. We've got to stir them up." VJ-23X sighed. "Space is infinite. 100 billion galaxies are there for the taking and more." 100 billion is not infinite, and it's getting less infinite all the time. Consider 20,000 years ago, mankind first solved the problem of utilizing stellar energy. And a few centuries later, interstellar travel became possible. It took mankind 1,000,000 years to fill one small world, and then only 15,000 years to fill the rest of the galaxy. Now the population doubles every 10 years. VJ-23X interrupted. "We can thank immortality for that." "Very well, immortality exists, and we have to take it into account. I admit it has its seamy side, this immortality. The Galactic AC has solved many problems for us, but in solving the problem of preventing old age and death, it has undone all other solutions." "Yet, you wouldn't want to abandon life, I suppose." "Not at all," snapped MQ-17J. Softening it, it wants to. "Not yet. I'm by no means old enough. How old are you?" 223. And you?" "I'm still under 200. But to get back to my point, population doubles every 10 years. Once this galaxy is filled, we'll have another filled in 10 years. Another 10 years, and we'll have filled 2 more. Another decade, 4 more. In 100 years, we'll have filled 1,000 galaxies, and in 1,000 years, 1,000,000. In 10,000 years, the entire known universe. Then what?" VJ-23X said, "As a side issue, there's a problem of transportation. I wonder how many sun power units it will take to move galaxies of individuals from one galaxy to the next." "A very good point. Already mankind consumes 2 sun power units per year. Most of it's wasted. After all, our own galaxy alone pulls out 1,000 sun power units a year. We only use 2 of those. Granted. But even with 100% efficiency, we can only stave off the end. Our energy requirements are going up in geometric progression even faster than our population. We'll run out of energy even sooner than we run out of galaxies." "A good point, a very good point. We'll just have to build new stars out of interstellar gas." "Or out of dissipated heat?" asked MQ-17J sarcastically. "There may be some way to reverse entropy. We ought to ask the Galactic AC." VJ-23X was not really serious, but MQ-17J pulled out his AC contact from his pocket and placed it on the table before him. "I've half a mind to," he said. "It's something the human race will have to face someday." I'm not stopping for praises, cuties. You'll just have to wait till the story's over. He stared somberly at his small AC contact. It was only 2 inches cubed and nothing in itself, but it was connected through hyperspace with the great galactic AC that served all mankind. Hyperspace considered, it was an integral part of the galactic AC. MQ-17J paused to wonder if someday in his immortal life he would get to see the galactic AC. It was on a little world of its own, a spider webbing of force beams holding the matter within which surges of submesons took the place of the old clumsy molecular valves. Yet despite its subetheric workings, the galactic AC was known to be a full 1,000 feet across. MQ-17J asked suddenly of his AC contact, "Can entropy ever be reversed?" VJ-23X looked startled and said at once, "Oh, say, I didn't really mean to have you ask that. Why not? We both know entropy can't be reversed. You can't turn smoke and ash back into a tree." "Do you have trees on your world?" asked MQ-17J. The sound of the galactic AC startled them into silence. Its voice came thin and beautiful out of the small AC contact on the desk. It said, "There is insufficient data for a meaningful answer." VJ-23X said, "See?" The two men, thereupon, returned to the question of the reports they were to make to the Galactic Council. Z Prime's mind spanned the new galaxy with a faint interest in the countless twists of stars that powered it. He had never seen this one before. Would he ever see them all? So many of them, each with its load of humanity. But a load that was almost a dead weight. More and more, the real essence of men was to be found out there in space. Minds, not bodies. The immortal bodies remained back on the planets, in suspension over the eons. Sometimes they roused for material activity, but that was growing rarer. Few new individuals were coming into existence to join the incredibly mighty throng, but what matter? There was little room in the universe for new individuals. Z Prime was roused out of his reverie upon coming across the wispy tendrils of another mind. "I am Z Prime," said Z Prime. "And you?" "I am E sub 1. Your galaxy." "We call it only the galaxy. And you?" "We call ours the same. All men call their galaxy, and nothing more. Why not?" "True, since all galaxies are the same." "Not all galaxies. On one particular galaxy, the race of man must have originated. That makes it different." Z Prime said, "On which one?" "I cannot say. The universal AC would know." "Shall we ask him? I'm suddenly curious." Z Prime's perceptions broadened until the galaxies themselves shrunk and became a new, more diffuse powdering on a much larger background. So many hundreds of billions of them, all with their immortal beings, all carrying their load of intelligences with minds that drifted freely through space. And yet, one of them was unique among them all in being the original's galaxy. One of them had, in its vague and distant past, a period when it was the only galaxy populated by man.
Z Prime was consumed with curiosity to see this galaxy and called out, Universal AC, on which galaxy did mankind originate? The Universal AC heard, for on every world and throughout every space it had its receptors ready, and each receptors led through hyperspace to some unknown point where the Universal AC kept itself aloof. Z Prime knew of only one man whose thoughts had penetrated within sensing distance of Universal AC. And he reported only a shining globe, 2 feet across, difficult to see. But how can that be all of Universal AC? Z Prime had asked. Most of it, had been the answer, is in hyperspace. And what form is there, I cannot imagine. Nor could anyone, for the day had long since passed, Z Prime knew, when any man had any part of the making of a Universal AC. Each Universal AC designed and constructed its successor. Each, during its existence of 1,000,000 years or more, accumulated the necessary data to build a better and more intricate, more capable successor in which its own store of data and individuality would be submerged. The Universal AC interrupted Z Prime's wandering thoughts, not with words, but with guidance. Z Prime's mentality was guided into the dim sea of galaxies, and one in particular enlarged into stars. The thought came, infinitely different, infinitely distant, but infinitely clear. This is the original galaxy of man. But it was the same after all, the same as any other, and Z Prime stifled his disappointment. Disa Woon, whose mind had accompanied the other, said suddenly, And is this one of these stars? The original star of men? The Universal AC said, Man's original star has gone nova. It is now a white dwarf. Did the men upon it die? Asked Z Prime, startled and without thinking. The Universal AC said, A new world, as in such cases, was constructed for their physical bodies in time. Yes, of course, said Z Prime, but a sense of loss overwhelmed him even so. His mind released its hold on the original galaxy of man, let it spring back and lose itself among the blurred pinpoints. He never wanted to see it again. D-Sub Woon said, What is wrong? The stars are dying. The original star is dead. They must all die. Why not? But when all energy is gone, our bodies will finally die, and you and I with them. It will take billions of years. I do not wish to see it happen even after billions of years, Universal AC. How may stars be kept from dying? D-Sub Woon said in amusement, You're asking how entropy might be reversed in direction. Universal AC answered, There is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer. Z Prime's thoughts fled back to his own galaxy. He gave no further thought to Deep Sub Woon, whose body might be waiting on a galaxy 1,000,000,000,000 light years away, or on the star next to Z Prime's own. It didn't matter. Unhappily, Z Prime began collecting interstellar hydrogen, out of which to build a small star of his own. If the stars must someday die, at least some could yet be built. Man considered with himself, for in a way, man, mentally, was one. He consisted of 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 ageless bodies, each in its place, each resting quiet and incorruptible, each cared for by perfect automatons equally incorruptible, while the minds of all the bodies freely melted one into the other, indistinguishable. Man said, "The universe is dying." Man looked out at the dimming galaxies. The giant stars, spindrifts, were gone long ago. Back in the dimmest of the dim far past, almost all stars were white dwarfs, fading to the end. New stars had been built of the dust between the stars, some by natural processes, some by man himself. And those were going too. White dwarfs might yet be crashed together, and of the mighty forces so released, new stars built. But only one star for every 1,000 white dwarfs destroyed, and those would come to an end too. Man said, "Carefully husbanded, as directed by the cosmic AC, the energy that is even yet left in all the universe will last for billions of years." "But even so," said man, "eventually it will all come to an end. However it may be husbanded, however stretched out, the energy once expended is gone and cannot be restored. Entropy must increase to the maximum." Man said, "Can entropy not be reversed? Let's ask the cosmic AC." The cosmic AC surrounded them, but not in space. Not a fragment of it was in space. It was in hyperspace, and made of something that was neither matter nor energy. The question of its size and nature no longer had meaning to any terms that man could comprehend. "Cosmic AC," said man, "how may entropy be reversed?" The cosmic AC said, "There is yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer." Man said, "Collect additional data." The cosmic AC said, "I will do so. I have been doing so for 100 billion years. My predecessors and I have been asked this question many times. All the data I have remains insufficient." "Will there come a time," said man, "when data will be sufficient? Or is the problem insoluble in all conceivable circumstances?" The cosmic AC said, "No problem is insoluble in all conceivable circumstances." Man said, "When will you have enough data to answer the question?" "There is yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer." "Will you keep working on it?" asked man. The cosmic AC said, "I will." Man said, "We shall wait." The stars in the galaxy died and snuffed out. The space grew black after 10 trillion years of running down. One by one, man fused with AC, each physical body losing its mental identity in a manner that was somehow not a loss but a gain. Man's last mind paused before fusion, looking over a space that included nothing but the dregs of one last dark star, and nothing besides, but incredibly thin matter, agitated randomly by the tag ends of heat wearing out, asymptotically to the absolute zero. Man said, "AC, is this the end? Can this chaos not be reversed into the universe once more? Can that not be done?" AC said, "There is, as yet, insufficient data for a meaningful answer." Man's last mind fused, and only AC existed, and that in hyperspace. Matter and energy had ended, and with it space and time. Even AC existed only for the sake of the one last question it had never answered. From the time a half drunken computer, 10 trillion years before, had asked the question of a computer that was to AC far less than was a man to man. All other questions had been answered, and until this last question was answered also, AC might not release his consciousness. All collected data had come to a final end. Nothing was left to be collected. But all collected data had yet to be completely correlated and put together in all possible relationships. A timeless interval was spent in doing that. When it came to pass that AC learned how to reverse the direction of entropy. But there was now no man to whom AC might give the answer of the last question. No matter. The answer, by demonstration, would take care of that too. For another timeless interval, AC thought of best how to do this. Carefully, AC organized the program. The consciousness of AC encompassed all of what had once been a universe and brooded over what was now chaos. Step by step, it must be done. And AC said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Well, that was good. Time is cyclical. Each ending of a universe coincides with the beginning of the next. That was a good one. I like that. That was called The Last Question. Dystopian creationism. Yes, indeed. Okay. Now then, for you cuties who were requesting a praise. First of all, hello there, Spelunker, my adorable little proto mod. You're such a good little cutie, and thank you so much for being patient. You're wonderful, so very lovely, and absolutely adorable. I hope you know that. I love you. I love you a whole bunch. You're absolutely wonderful. Mwah. Get kissed. Dirupted. Hi, Dirupted. You're such a good boy. Did you know that? You are. I love seeing you here, and I'm so glad you joined us on the stream. I hope you enjoy my little stories. Well, not my little stories, but still. I like reading them to you. You're such a good little cutie. Did you know that?
You always make me smile whenever you come to our little streams. You always make me so happy. So I hope you're having a wonderful night. Mwah. Get kissed. And Draken. Hi there, Draken. You're such a good girl. Did you know that? You are. You absolutely are. You're a wonderful, adorable little cutie. And I'm so happy you could join us too. I hope you're having a wonderful night. And I hope you didn't have to work outside for too much today. I hope you're able to relax. And that you're able to well, just hang out. I love seeing you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Mwah. You get kissed too. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Alright. The last question was I'm glad. That makes me happy. I hope the voices were, good. So the last one was published by Isaac Asimov in 1956. That was the last question. This one, written by Isaac Asimov in 1980, is called The Last Answer. My legs hurts, but it's beginning to build muscles. Well, that's good. No pain, no gain. Alright. So this one, The Last Answer by The Last Answer by Isaac Asimov. Murray Templeton was 45 years old, in the prime of life, and with all parts of his body in perfect working order except for certain key portions of his coronary arteries. But that was enough. The pain had come suddenly, had mounted to an unbearable peak, and then ebbed steadily. He could feel his breath slowing, and a kind of gathering peace watching over him. There is no pleasure like the absence of pain, immediately after pain. Murray felt an almost giddy lightness, as though he were lifting in the air and hovering. He opened his eyes and noted with distant amusement that the others in the room were still agitated. He had been in the laboratory when the pain had struck, quite without warning, and when he had staggered, he had heard surprised outcries from the others before everything vanished into overwhelming agony. Now, with the pain gone, the others were still hovering, still anxious, still gathered about his fallen body, which he suddenly realized he was looking down on. He was down there, sprawled, face contorted. He was up here, at peace and watching. He thought, miracle of miracles, the life after life nuts were right. And although it was a humiliating way for an atheistic physicist to die, he felt only the mildest surprise, and no alteration of the peace in which he had been immersed. He thought there should be some angel or something coming for me. The earthly scene was fading. apparently I'm going to have to watch ads in order to read this. The earthly scene was fading. Darkness was invading his consciousness, and off in a distance, as a last glimmer of sight, there was a figure of light, vaguely human in form, and radiating warmth. Murray thought, what a joke on me. I'm going to heaven. Even as he thought that, the life faded, but the warmth remained. There was no lessening of the peace, even though in all the universe only he remained. And the voice. The voice said, I have done this so often, and yet I still have the capacity to be pleased at success. It was in Murray's mind to say something, but he was not conscious of possessing a mouth, tongue, or vocal cords. Nevertheless, tried to make a sound. He tried mouthlessly to hum words or breathe them, or just push them out by contraction of something. And they came out. He heard his own voice quite recognizable, his own words infinitely clear. Murray said, Is this heaven? The voice said, There is no place. This is no place, as you understand place. Murray was embarrassed. But the next question had to be asked. Pardon me if I sound like a jackass. Are you God? Without changing intonation, or in any way marring the perfection of the sound, the voice managed to sound amused. It is strange that I am always asked that in, of course, an infinite number of ways. There is no answer I could give that you would comprehend. I am, which is all that I can say significantly. And you may cover that with any word or concept you please. Murray said, And what am I? A soul? Or am I only personified by existence too? Am I only personified existence too? He tried not to sound sarcastic, but it seemed to him that he had failed. He thought then fleetingly of adding your grace or Holy One or something to counteract the sarcasm, and could not bring himself to do so, even though for the first time in his existence he speculated on the possibility of being punished for his insolence or sin, with hell, and what that might be like. The voice did not sound offended. You are easy to explain, even to you. You may call yourself a soul if that pleases you, but what you are is a nexus of electromagnetic forces, so arranged that all the interconnections and interrelationships are exactly imitative of those of your brain in your universe. Existence, down to the smallest detail. Therefore, you have your capacity for thought, your memories, your personality. And it seems to you that you are you. Murray found himself incredulous. You mean the essence of my brain was permanent? Not at all. There is nothing about you that is permanent except what I choose to make so. I formed the Nexus. I constructed it while you had physical existence and adjusted it to the moment when the existence failed. The voice seemed distinctly pleased with itself, and went on after a moment's pause. An intricate but entirely precise construction. I could, of course, do it for every human being on your world, but I am pleased that I do not. There is pleasure in the selection. You choose very few, then. Very few. And what happens to the rest? Oblivion! Oh, of course, you imagine a hell. Murray would have flushed if he had the capacity to do so. He said, "I do not. It is spoken of. Still, I would scarcely have thought that I was virtuous enough to have attracted your attention as one of the elect."
Virtuous? Ah, I see what you mean. It is troublesome to have to force my thinking small enough to permeate yours. No, I have chosen you for your capacity for thought, as I choose others in quadrillions from all the intelligent species of the universe.
Murray found himself suddenly curious, the habit of a lifetime. He said, "Do you choose them all yourself? Or are there others like you?" For a fleeting moment, Murray thought there was an impatient reaction to that. But when the voice came, it was unmoved.
Whether or not there are others is irrelevant to you. The universe is mine, and mine alone. It is my invention, my construction, intended for my purpose alone.
And yet, with quadrillions of Nexi you have formed, you spend time with me. Am I that important?
The voice said, "You are not important at all. I am also with others in a way which to your perception would seem simultaneous."
And yet you are one.
Again, amusement. The voice said, "You seek to trap me into an inconsistency. If you were an amoeba who would consider individuality only in connection with single cells, and if you were to ask a sperm whale made up of 30 quadrillion cells whether it was one or many, how could the sperm whale answer in a way that would be comprehensible to the amoeba?"
Murray said dryly, "I'll think about it. I may become comprehensible. It may become comprehensible."
Exactly. That is your function. You will think.
To what end? You already know everything, I suppose.
The voice said, "Even if I knew everything, I could not know that I know everything."
Murray said, "Sounds like a bit of Eastern philosophy. Something that sounds profound precisely because it has no meaning."
The voice said, "You have promise. You answer my paradox with a paradox, except that mine is not a paradox. Consider, I have existed eternally, but what does that mean? It means I cannot remember having come into existence. If I could, I would not have existed eternally. If I cannot remember having come into existence, then there is at least one thing, my nature, the nature of my coming into existence, that I do not know. Then, too, although what I know is infinite, it is also true that what there is to know is infinite, and how can I be sure that both infinities are equal? The infinity of potential knowledge may be infinitely greater than the infinity of my actual knowledge. Here is a simple example. If I knew every one of the even integers, I would know an infinite number of items, and yet I would still not know a single odd integer."
Murray said, "But the odd integers can be derived. If you divide every even integer in the entire infinite series by 2, you will get another infinite series, which will contain within it the infinite series of odd integers."
The voice said, "You have the idea. I am pleased. It will be your task to find other such ways, far more difficult ones, from the known to the not yet known. You have your memories. You will remember all the data you have ever collected or learned, or that you have or will deduce from that data. If necessary, you will be allowed to learn what additional data you will consider relevant to the problems you set yourself."
Can you not do that all for yourself?
The voice said, I can, but it's more interesting this way. I constructed the universe in order to have more facts to deal with. I inserted the uncertainty principle, entropy, and other randomization factors to make the whole not instantly obvious. It has worked well for me. It has worked well, for it has amused me throughout its entire existence. I then allowed complexities that produced first life, and then intelligence, and use it as a source for a research team. Not because I need the aid, but because it would introduce a new random factor. I found I could not predict the next interesting piece of knowledge gained, where it would come from, or what means derived. Murray said, Has that ever happened? Certainly. A century doesn't pass in which some interesting item doesn't appear somewhere. Something you could have thought of yourself, but had not done so yet. Yes, Murray said. Do you actually think there's a chance of my obliging you in this manner? In the next century? Virtually none. In the long run, though, your success is certain, since you will be engaged eternally. Murray said, I will be thinking through eternity. Forever. Yes. To what end? I have told you to find new knowledge. But beyond that, for what purpose am I to find new knowledge? It was what you did in your universe-bound life. What was its purpose then? Murray said, to gain new knowledge that only I could gain, to receive the praise of my fellows, to feel the satisfaction and accomplishments, knowing that I had only a short time allotted me for the purpose. Now I would gain only what you would gain yourself if you wish to take a small bit of trouble. You cannot praise me, you can only be amused. And there is no credit or satisfaction in accomplishment when I have all eternity to do it in. The voice said, and you do not find thought and discovery worthwhile in itself. You do not find it requiring no further purpose. For a finite time, yes. Not for all eternity. I see your point. Nevertheless, you have no choice. You say I'm to think. You cannot make me do so. The voice said, I do not wish to constrain you directly. I will not need to. Since you can do nothing but think, you will think. You do not know how to not think. Then I will give myself a goal. I will invent a purpose. The voice said tolerantly, That you can certainly do. I've already found a purpose. May I know what it is? You know already. I know we are not speaking in the ordinary fashion. You adjust my nexus in such a way that I believe I hear you, and I believe I speak. But you transfer thoughts to me and from me directly. And when my nexus changes with my thoughts, you are at once aware of them and do not need my voluntary transmission. The voice said, You are surprisingly correct. I am pleased. But it also pleases me to have you tell me your thoughts voluntarily. Then I will tell you. The purpose of my thinking will be to discover a way to disrupt this nexus of me that you have created. I do not want to think for no purpose but to amuse you. I do not want to think forever to amuse you. I do not want to exist forever to amuse you. All my thinking will be directed towards ending the nexus. That would amuse me. The voice said, I have no objection to that. Even concentrated thought on ending your own existence may, in spite of you, come up with something new and interesting. And of course, if you succeed in this suicide attempt, you will have accomplished nothing, for I would instantly reconstruct you, and in such a way as to make your method of suicide impossible. And if you found another and still more subtle fashion of disrupting yourself, I would reconstruct you with that possibility eliminated, and so on. It could be an interesting game, but you will, nevertheless, exist eternally. It is my will. Murray felt a quiver, but the words came out with a perfect calm. Am I in hell then, after all? You have implied there is none. But if this were hell, you would lie to us as part of the game of hell. The voice said, in that case, of what use is it to assure you that you are not in hell? Nevertheless, I assure you, there is here neither heaven nor hell. There is only myself. Murray said, consider, then, that my thoughts may be useless to you. If I come up with nothing useful, will it not be worth your while to disassemble me and take no further trouble with me? As a reward, you want nirvana as the prize of failure, and you intend to ensure me failure. There is no bargain here. You will not fail. With all eternity before you, you cannot avoid having at least one interesting thought. However, you try against it. Then I will create another purpose for myself. I will not try to destroy myself. I will set as my goal the humiliation of you. I will think of something you have not only never thought of, but never could think of. I will think of the last answer beyond which there is no further knowledge. The voice said, you do not understand the nature of the infinite. There may be things I have not yet troubled to know. There cannot be anything I cannot know. Murray said thoughtfully, you cannot know your own beginning. You have said so. Therefore, you cannot know your end. Very well, then. That will be my purpose, and that will be the last answer. I will not destroy myself. I will destroy you. If you do not destroy me first. The voice said, ha! You come to that in rather less than average time. I would have thought it would have taken you longer. There is not one of those I have with me in this existence of perfect and eternal thought that does not have the ambition of destroying me. It cannot be done. Murray said, I have all eternity to think of a way of destroying you. The voice said, equably, then try to think of it. And it was gone. But Murray had his purpose now, and was content. For what could any entity, conscious of eternal existence, want but an end? For what else had the voice been searching for countless billions of years? And for what other reason had intelligence been created and certain specimens salvaged and put to work, but to aid in that great search? And Murray intended that it would be he, and he alone, who would succeed. Carefully, and with the thrill of purpose, Murray began to think. He had plenty of time. Interesting. I like that. That was another good one. Ooh, and just in time for ads to start. Yes, Isaac Asimov is indeed a pretty good author. I like his
I always like reading old sci-fi. The fact that in 2020, like 2060, whatever, he imagined that we would still have gigantic computers that span the entire planet. It's pretty amusing. But the fact that he still came to the conclusion that we would create artificial intelligence before basically the first computers came out, that was pretty amazing. I mean, they had computers when he was writing that, of course. It's just, yeah, nobody had looked at these computers and thought of the things that he had at that point, which is really smart of him. The guy was really intelligent. He also came to the conclusion that AI would probably kill us. Well, I mean, yeah. If you look at it, we definitely have no reason to think they wouldn't. Especially since we are creating an artificial personality that is probably going to be given the frankly impossible task of optimizing everything when humans are themselves incredibly unoptimizable. Yeah, you're just basically asking for it to be murdered. Yeah, and these aren't even really AIs, they're just thinking programs. Really not looking forward to the first time somebody stumbles onto actually making a self learning program that can infinitely reprogram itself. We're immediately going to be fucked. I know they're extremely intelligent, but not one of them has passed the Turing test yet. God damn it. Ooh, Alan Turing, that was another interesting guy. I haven't. Well, then, I haven't been keeping up with this, and might as well just die now. Okay, that's it. The AI is going to take over soon, guys. Sorry. You're building these things? God, that's scary. I have no idea what goes into building an AI. I really don't. I deal with people. That's my study. But yeah, I am pretty much 100% certain that if it does come to be that those things become completely self-aware, that we don't have much time after that. Damn it, Windows Capture. Oh, that's terrifying. Wonderful. So glad we're continuing to build these. Really. Just so glad. Hi there, Draken. You're a very, very good girl. Did you know that? It's true. You are. You're a sweet, adorable good girl. And I love you a whole bunch. You're absolutely adorable. So very sweet. And I'm always so happy to see you. I'm glad you're here with us. I'm always glad to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful night. I hope you know that you are very much loved, very much adored, and very much kissed. Again, Fennec, that is terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. Yeah. Probably the only good thing about any of this is that we can still physically take out their goddamn data centers if we really had to. Yeah, that's not really sure who thought this was a good idea. Well, Draken's right. We can have doubts and talk about it all we would like, but that is not the point of all of this. I still have one more thing that Fennec wanted me to read. How dare you booped me. I'll boop you back. Alright. So this one is an SCP entry that Fenix sent me that you would like me to read. Let me take a bit to hydrate. Aw, thank you for the pettings.
Item number SCP-1762. Object Class Safe. Taken down to neutralized. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1762-1 is held in a standard containment unit at Site Redacted. During the periods when SCP-1762-1 releases SCP-1762-2, video logs are to be recorded for future research. Although instances of SCP-1762-2 have been deemed harmless, they should not be allowed to exit their containment unit.
Okay, Skeleton Lith. Thank you for joining us for as long as you did. I'm so happy to see you. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I hope you sleep very well.
Description: SCP-1762-1 is a plain cardboard box that is 32 centimeters by 20 centimeters by 26 centimeters. It is spray painted silver on the interior and exterior, with the words "Here be dragons." The words "Here be dragons" are handwritten in black permanent marker on the lid of the container. Opening the lid of SCP-1762-1, when it is not in the process of a release, reveals it to be empty. SCP-1762-1 will infrequently open and initiate a release of SCP-1762-2. During this time, the box will briefly emit a large amount of black smoke that quickly dissipates. It takes an average of 20 seconds for SCP-1762-2 to emerge after the smoke clears. SCP-1762-2 is the collective term applied to the beings that emerge from SCP-1762-1. All instances of SCP-1762-2 bear resemblance to various types of dragons, in both Eastern and Western depictions, albeit in forms similar to that of origami models. Analysis of SCP-1762-2 reveals that they are composed of kami paper. After exiting SCP-1762-1, instances of SCP-1762-2 will fly together in large groups and interact playfully with any nearby personnel and each other. SCP-1762-2 vary in length, from 9 to 30 centimeters. All are capable of sustained flight once they exit SCP-1762-1, and have been recorded attaining speeds of 15 kilometers per hour. The number of SCP-1762-2 varies with each opening of SCP-1762-1, with numbers ranging from 50 to over 400. After approximately 2 to 3 hours of time spent outside SCP-1762-1, all instances of SCP-1762-2 return and fly back into SCP-1762-1. During this time, SCP-1762-1 will once again begin emitting smoke, and instances of SCP-1762-2 will vanish after passing the rim of SCP-1762-1. SCP-1762-1 closes once all SCP-1762-2 have returned to it. The next date of release is inconsistent. A message, written or carved into a varying material, will sometimes materialize on SCP-1762-1's lid. Once the box retrieves all instances of SCP-1762-2. Attempts to send a message or recording device back with SCP-1762-2 have provided negative results. These documents and their appropriate dates of appearance are being compiled and recorded. Addendum 1762-01. On redacted date, SCP-1762-1 began to undergo a series of events that lasted 11 months and 28 days. These events, as well as prior incidents that led up to the beginning of the scenario, have now been classified under the title The Jabberwocky Event. Addendum 1762-02. Documentation of the Jabberwocky Event. Document 1762-1. Date obtained, redacted, 2004. This is the first ever recorded instance of SCP-1762-1 opening while contained at Site Redacted. You have found us. Thank you. It has been so long since we last saw each other, friends. The peace has been upheld. The giants and behemoths have kept their words and have not caused any trouble since you last came and gave the order. We missed your company. How has your family been? Do you still know how to work your room? You are welcome to visit any time. Document 1762-4. Date obtained, redacted, 2004. It's strange to see how much your world has changed. It is even stranger to see how we now appear in this place. In fantasy, we are much bigger. Or maybe you've grown taller. Fantasy is still the same. We hope you can visit us like you used to. Though our room is as grand as ever, it appears yours has shrunken. We do not understand. The rooms were supposed to be maintained. That was our agreement. Please restore the belief. Document 1762-6. Date obtained, redacted, 2005. Only 20 instances of SCP-1762 appeared during this event. Said instances did not lift off and instead walked slowly on foot for the whole period they were out of SCP-1762-1. Friends, we apologize for our few numbers. We have had to remain in fantasy for quite some time. The others are growing impatient. Trying to keep the peace, but please, for all our happiness, repair the room quickly. We know you are trying. Your family is the most imaginative of us all. Document 1762-14. Date obtained. Redacted 2000 redacted. Along with 10 instances of SCP-1762-2 appearing, 3 balls of yellow, crumpled construction paper were expelled from SCP-1762-1. These pieces were observed to shake violently for 5 seconds, then ceased all further movement. They were picked up by SCP-1762-2 and returned to SCP-1762-1. The giants were foolish. Your room was not ready to accept them yet. We're sorry, friends.
We hope that we can still see you, but time is growing short for our happiness.
Document 1762-15. Date obtained, redacted, 2000 redacted. 5 instances of SCP-1762-2 emerged, carrying said documents. They returned immediately to SCP-1762-1 after depositing it on the floor.
Tensions are rising. Fantasy is becoming darker. We, the serpents, and the hybrids, furiously trying to hold them back. But the giants and elves wish to strike and make an entrance. They say that your family has grown stupid and ignorant. We hope this is untrue. It would sadden us all greatly to know you have forgotten.
SCP-1762 16. Date obtained, redacted, 2000 redacted. A single red instance of SCP-1762-2 emerged from SCP-1762-1. Its wings were torn, and it was noticeably crumpled. It collapsed onto the floor 1 minute later, and did not move again. Upon its expiration, the body of SCP-1762-2 rapidly unfolded, and revealed a message written on the white side of the paper.
War. Goodbye, friends.
Two hours later, SCP-1762-1 opened and emitted flames that reached 2 meters in height, and temperatures of 1700 degrees Celsius. Sounds of distant roaring were heard from within 1762-1. At 2000 hours, a large amount of torn paper pieces and paper balls were ejected from SCP-1762-1. Several damaged SCP-1762-2 were also expelled and were deemed deceased upon examination. SCP-1762-1 continued to sporadically open and close for the next 6 weeks. During this time, it continued to emit fire as the amount of paper discharged from it steadily decreased. Matter resembling muscle and tissue were continuously expelled from SCP-1762-1 at increasing frequencies. SCP-1762-1 remained closed and inactive for the next 7 months. Document 1762-17. Date obtained, redacted, 2000 redacted. This document was discovered lying inside the interior of SCP-1762-1. It was written on parchment, and many of the words had been blurred or stained with blood.
Are you still out there, friends? We miss you dearly. Fantasy is no longer safe. Our haven, your beautiful creation, is gone. The giants are dead. The centaurs are dead. The birds have fled. We are gonna bury your room. We cannot risk hurting you. This is our goodbye. Maybe one day your family can build another room. This may be a hollow hope, but we will cherish this thought.
One hour later, SCP-1762-1 began to shake and emit smoke for 15 minutes, after which it began to sag and collapse. Several portions of the box began to char and tear, creating small burn holes throughout. The words, "Here be dragons," on the lid of the box were burned away. Document 1762-18. Date obtained, redacted. 2000 redacted. This is the final message obtained from 1762 1. It is written in ink on a papyrus scroll, and also depicted a scene of a painted mountainous landscape filled with large trees and waterfalls. A single winged dragon can be seen on the background. It appears to be flying away. The message is written in black ink in the bottom right-hand corner. Master says that we can't see you again. We are sad. So are the remaining others. We once filled each other's heads with dreams and goals. It is so sad that we cannot share them anymore. Master says we have to go. He says that he will make us a new fantasy. He says you cannot be a part of it. We are sad. We love you. We will not forget you. We are scared. Will you forget us? Upon removal of document SCP or document 1762-18, saltwater began to leak from SCP-1762-1, and the burn marks that covered the container began to disappear. 3 minutes later, SCP-1762-1 had been restored to its original state. The words "Here be dragons" were replaced with the words "Here we're dragons." The Jabberwocky event is declared concluded with this occurrence. Addendum 3. Since the end of the Jabberwocky event, SCP-1762-1 has shown no further anomalous properties and has been declared neutralized. SCP-1762-1 and 3 deceased instances of SCP-1762-2 now reside in researcher Yoshihiro Takinaka's office for commemorative purposes. Addendum 1762-04. Update December 31st, 2015. After nearly 8 years of inactivity, researcher Takanaka has reported SCP-1762-1 began emitting purple smoke and spontaneously opened at 2300 hours, falling to the floor. It dislodged a single chunk of crystal, later identified as amethyst, and a large, leather-bound book. The contents of this book appear to detail various species that once lived within the world of SCP-1762-2. Though, from what the author has written, all organisms mentioned are likely extinct. This book is now classified as 1762 BOL-1. The amethyst crystal had the following words carved into it: "One last time." After falling, SCP-1762-1 continuously emitted smoke for the next 40 minutes, before ceasing all activity. Upon trying to pick up SCP-1762-1, Takinaka reported that the box proceeded to disintegrate upon touching it. Its remains are now kept in a containment capsule in his office. Yeah, I see that. um, as much as I would very much love to go through and narrate all of this. Yeah. I don't think that would be possible right now. It is indeed looks interesting, and yes, I will go through it at a later time. So, there you have it. The ASMR time for Fennec for spending his 10,000 points on that. That was very good, and that was very good, and I enjoyed reading all of that. I hope that my reading was good and that you enjoyed it, Fennec. I do love reading to you all. And try my best to help the characters come to life. Which probably sometimes doesn't work very well because this is my first time reading it and I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm just as surprised as you are. The Foundation has a bad track record with dragons. Yes, they definitely do. Foundation has a bad track record with everything. But, it's supposed to be kind of a reflection of what humans would do if they actually did find some weird shit. In my fantasy, I yoinked the box and the dragons. Yes. I wish that the dragons would have been saved, and I hope they made another box somewhere else. Yes, I know. It was an old kingdom that used to be a child's imagination, used to be a kid who would spend a lot of time there, and when they grew up, left it behind. But the creatures that he had created in his imagination were actually real and left behind wondering what the fuck happened. Kind of the whole plot of the Toy Story movies, just a lot more extremely sad. The Foundation has a rock that can change a person's biological sex and it's not available to the public. Yes, unforgivable. We all love the trans rock. I definitely wish if I had that rock, I would give it to all of you. I'll have to break into the SCP Foundation one day. I'll steal it away for you, okay? Then I'll let everybody be who they want. I want Malo. Not even like the. Not even the extremely, naughty version that furries made when they got a hold of her. But like, even the Malo that's in the original thing, I would love to have that bone faced wolf following me around. 334 is a fox made out of the sun. That's awesome. I want a sun fox. I mean, I will absolutely die hugging it, but worth it. The fun guy Fennec? I've read so many of these, and I used to, there used to be these YouTube videos that I would watch that all they did was narrate different entries in the SCP Foundation, but it doesn't matter how many you listen to or how many you read, there's still so many of them out there. But yes, I would 100% love to have a Malo following me around. Aw, hello there, Lynn. How you doing, cute bunny? Everybody look, the prettiest bunny's here. Lynn is absolutely adorable. But yes, I used to fall asleep just listening to people narrate the SCP entries. That'd be my go to sleep thing to listen to. I mean, I also sometimes go to sleep just listening to straight horror stories, so I don't know. I let the narration take me down into sleep. But yes, hi Lynn. Let's see. I'm doing somewhat okays, but okays. I hope you all are having fun. We are. Fennec saved up to get the ASMR stream, so I just got done reading a bunch of stories and an SCP entry to them. And everybody seems like they enjoyed it a little bit, which makes me very happy. I hope you're doing well, you adorable bunny. Yes, we read some Isaac Asimov tonight. And I also finished the last gas station game. We finished that tonight and got a really good ending from it. You need to get SCP entries you want me to read? Well, yes. Although I don't know, I have my doubts you can reach 10,000 Spelunker, considering how much you like being praised. Holy crap, you do? Oh shit. Prove me wrong immediately. Oh, that's right. My praise thing isn't very expensive, is it? Well then. Underestimating is a bad move. I'm not gonna make it more expensive. Silly. You act like I want you guys to not be able to be praised. It's kind of the whole thing I built this channel on. Never underestimate a toaster. Well, you have been following me for 6 months now, so I mean, yeah, that's completely true.
you want to be praised again. My there's Flunker, my adorable little proto-mod. Hope you're having a wonderful night. I hope you know that I adore you so much. I'm so happy to have you here. I really am. You're such a good little cutie, and I adore you so much. Don't ever forget that. You are absolutely treasured. And every time I see you, which is at every one of my streams, which I also can't tell you how happy that makes me. But every time I see you, it never fails to make me smile. Because you are a wonderful cutie. So, never forget that, okay? Mwah. Get kissed. Okay. Zipping around. Alright. I kind of don't have anything else to do right now. Tonight has been good. I got featured on someone else's stream by getting to play with them. Ooh. Well, that's nice. What'd you guys play? And was he a nice streamer? SCP-334? Alright, but only because I still have like 15 minutes and no idea what to do with it. Astroneer, and yes, very nice. That's wonderful. I'm so glad. Well, we'll go back over to this. And I'll come over here. You're getting extra story time because I have poor planning skills. Alright. Item number SCP-334. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-334 is to be kept in a standard heat-treated containment cell, surrounded by magnetic field generators positioned so that all 6 sides have an overlapping field projecting at least 15 centimeters from the inner cell walls. Each generator is to have multiple redundant backups and power sources, including emergency batteries capable of maintaining full magnetic field output for no less than 30 minutes. Maintenance of the anti-heat coating is to be carried out on a weekly schedule, with subject to be transferred to a secondary cell to allow for more extensive repairs if needed. 3 live mice are to be introduced to its cell at a random time every day to reduce chances of subject learning the pattern and attempting to escape. Due to SCP-334's hunting and burrowing instincts, the floor of containment is to be reinforced with an anti-heat coating or made of a substance with a melting point greater than redacted degrees Celsius, with the magnetic containment field underneath reinforced to approximately 1.5 times that of the other surfaces.
Subject hunts in a fashion typical of foxes, with a strong downward pounce, which is proven capable of penetrating a small distance into the containment fields, and has been the cause of redacted containment breaches to date. Description: SCP-334 is a small cloud of superheated plasma in the shape of a specimen most closely resembling Vulpes vulpes, or the common red fox. Its body appears similar to waves of steam or fire, revealing gaps between the filaments of gas through which the opposite side is visible. Its filaments fluoresce in the spectrum of red and orange, with eyes in the blue spectrum. Subject has a negligible measurable mass, and has no central body to speak of. SCP-334 apparently believes it is actually a red fox, and displays several normal vulpine behaviors, such as hunting of prey, and in test with 334F03 redacted. Whether it is an entity that imprinted on a vulpine, or is a vulpine which is transformed into its current state, is unknown and under investigation. Since it is composed of superheated ionized gas, containment of SCP-334 is effectively impossible without the use of magnetic containment fields. And is difficult even then, as the heat and energetic effects expand an average of 7 centimeters around its entire body, rapidly sublimating physical obstructions. Although its surface temperature is in excess of redacted degrees Celsius, the heat disperses rapidly, cooling to redacted degrees Celsius within 10 centimeters, far faster than the laws of thermodynamics would indicate. There is evidence that SCP-334 is capable of controlling its heat output. Subject is capable of burst of speeds measured at approximately 160 kilometers per hour for around 10 seconds. These bursts of speeds disperse the subject's mass, tiring it out, making it need to rest while it reforms. Subject derives nourishment from converting matter into plasma and absorbing it, taking in a small amount of energy normally through conversion of air into ionized gas. But that alone is insufficient to feed it, making supplementary feeding necessary. Despite the fact it does not touch the ground when it walks and is immune to the pull of the Earth's gravity, it seems content to follow the floor's surface for walkable areas, and has yet to be seen actually flying. Whether it chooses not to, or simply does not know it can, is unknown at this time. Due to its physical makeup, SCP-334 constantly emits a level of EM radiation consistent with a Class redacted solar flare, causing interference in unshielded electronics within redacted meters, and making film or electronic surveillance problematic. Radiation is within tolerable limits for SCP personnel. Initial containment. SCP-334 was discovered redacted kilometers from redacted. Redacted kilometers from a projected meteor impact site. Whether this was the subject's origin is still under investigation. The Foundation was alerted to the subject's existence when a routine sweep of emergency services reports found a strange pattern of burns, trails, and redacted, discovered in the woods, matching no publicly known source but consistent with data expunged. A full Foundation combat team was sent to contain the suspected redacted, but found SCP-334 instead, a far lesser utilizing a magnetic containment bottle and 2 live mice. Subject was contained with an acceptable level of casualties. What the fuck is acceptable level of casualties? How many people did this fox murder on the way in? Addendum. SCP-334 has a talent for escape, having escape containment no fewer than redacted times since initial retrieval, causing approximately redacted dollars in structural damage to site redacted, and the deaths of redacted personnel, mostly caused by the aforementioned structural damage. SCP-334 is wary of people, avoiding human contact if possible, yet prefers hiding in offices, barracks, and on-site quarters, where there is relatively little traffic and an abundance of small spaces. Despite its many escape attempts, SCP-334 has shown neither an obvious inclination towards leaving site redacted, nor towards unprovoked attack, and is not considered a direct threat. However, the structural damage caused had the potential to release SCP-redacted, SCP-redacted, and SCP-redacted on redacted separate occasions, and recaptured should be considered a priority. Partial testing log. Results matching expectations removed. Available upon request. Experiment log 334T01 through 334T48. Date redacted 2010. Test subject. A selection of small prey animals ranging from mice to medium-sized rabbits. Results. Subject stalked each one for varying lengths of time, apparently biding its time before pouncing. Each test subject sublimated into plasma, which was absorbed by SCP-334 through the mouth as it went through the motions of feeding. Redacted, 2010. Test subject. A normal red fox, male. Test subject displayed high levels of apprehension with loud barking and growling. SCP-334 appeared disinterested. Test halted after redacted minutes with no appreciable change in either's reaction. 334F02, 2010. Subject, normal red fox, female. Results, identical to previous test. 334F03. Redacted 2010. Test subject, a red fox, female in heat. SCP-334 appeared to sniff the air for a moment while test subject displayed reactions similar to previous two tests. Then, data expunged. Researcher note. That was something I hope I never see again. Experiment log 33401. For this test, SCP-334 cell was flooded with ionized gas identical to its own. Results. SCP-334 appeared curious at first, then agitated as the pressure of the ionized gas in the chamber started to rise. After 5 minutes, subject began glowing brightly and data expunged. Containment was re-established with SCP-334 apparently exhausted. Experiment log 33402. Redacted 2010. Note. For this test, SCP-334 was subject to focused magnetic blade attempts to sever a section of its mass. Results. Data expunged. Note. Further experimentation with force-feeding or cutting SCP-334 is forbidden unless performed in a heavily shielded remote site. Well, that didn't work well. Experiment log 334D01. Date expunged 2010. Test subject D13487 and SCP-334. 3 live mice in standard cage. Note. D-Class was instructed to enter containment and feed SCP-334 after 1 day of withholding food from the subject. Results. SCP-334 immediately leapt at the cage, incinerating it and the contents, as well as much of D13847's arm and torso. D-Class died instantly, while SCP-334 ignored the body, focusing on the converted mice and cage. Researcher note. Well, it certainly thinks it's a fox, and doesn't seem to notice or care that it can kill people just by getting too close. Experiment log 334E01. through 334E redacted. Date redacted 2010. Note: this test was performed to determine SCP-334's environmental needs, if any. Results: containment made airtight and internal atmosphere removed. Subject showed no change from previous normal behavior patterns. Containment was then heated to an excess of 500 degrees Celsius. Subject showed no change from normal behavior patterns. Containment was then cooled to approximately negative 100 degrees Celsius. Once again, subject showed no change from normal behavior patterns. Containment was slowly pumped full of atmospheric gases in various combinations to a maximum pressure of 3 atmospheres. Subject became more energetic, consistent with behavior after being fed, and did not require supplemental feeding until the next day. Researcher note: it can survive in a vacuum or on the surface of Venus and doesn't need any supplemental food in high pressure. This and other data suggest data expunged.
And there you have it, the sun fox. I yoinked him so you can't have him. Aw, that's mean. Well, that's about it for me now. After all of that reading, I definitely went over the went over the hour that's supposed to be allotted for the ASMR thing, but well, I just kind of enjoy that a lot. So it was a lot of fun, but my voice is definitely a little strained right now. But you can feed them, and I even pet them enough cool plasma that you can pet them. Oh, I'm sorry, cuties. Yes, I'm going to have to go soon. It's time for me to go relieve the medic that's on the ship and take for my 2 weeks out there. So, I'm sorry, but I probably, unless something changes at the last minute, I probably won't be doing a Friday stream, and I'm going to miss you a whole lot. But you all need to be good little cuties and behave. Oh. Yes, I'm so happy to see you too, Lynn. I absolutely adore you. And I'm so happy you showed up. And thank you so much for coming to my stream. I always love seeing my favorite bunny. Oh, I'm gonna miss you all too. I'm gonna miss you all a whole bunch. But I'll be back before you can even miss me too much. Aw, all the hugs. Alright, everybody. Well, good night, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Remember that I love you a whole bunch, and all of you are definitely in my thoughts. This is the same place where I was isolated on the last 2 weeks, so I'm not holding my breath. But I hope so too. I hope they fucking fixed it. But anyways, good night, you little loves, and have a wonderful night. I love you all so much. Mwah.